1996. That's where I started my entire journey. Uh, Higher education, completely, I became a manager by accident. So I did my MBA. I passed out from Pune. Uh, 17 years plus of experience, what I bring on table currently. And I think I like exploration. That's something which I do. And I have been an out and out of home person because that has kept me going, exploring new places. And my exploration journey has been, I believe, the world is yours to explore. And being in out of field for almost a decade now, I believe it makes me think how to connect, engage. So be it I call it as a road, sea, or air. So any of the domain, that's the typically what you say the outdoor landscape, which it is. Uh, with this context, I would like to spend few minutes on this photograph. What you see. So typically, this is a old story of six blind men and an elephant. And I said that this is something which today we all see how out of home media is, because for some it is only billboards, for some it is only bus shelter, for some it is airports. So different media touch points has different connotations what people think about. But that's not the case, because out of home itself is a huge elephant. Why I say this? To share the insight. Recently, Dentsu released their report where it estimated 1737 crores was what the market size is. 2 days back, Madison released their report. They said that 3,677 crores is what the size is, which is almost a double. Though overall advertising pie remains same, but if you see the numbers of out of home, that's where the variable is, and that's something which is intriguing, and that actually makes me question, because at the end, constantly each one has their own matrix of identifying the market size, advertising pie. That's why I call it as you need to understand the landscape of this medium. Because so next couple of minutes, what I'll do is I'll try to make you take you through what are the different landscapes, what we talk about on out of home space. And constantly, I would call it customer khoj, because that's what we are all are doing on out of home space. And how do you, it's a black box. So how do you target the audiences on outdoor space? With this context, I think outdoor typically caters to varied segments. So when I say, because you're looking at audience who want to buy, there are audience who you want to rent, audience who want to come to the stores, audience you want to target online, uh, audience who want to you get them engaged. So there has to be a method, science to engage with this audience. And in this discovery, I always love this phrase, outdoor from a different lens. Before I start outdoor from a different lens, let's understand the market where we are in today. So India is definitely a land of billion opportunities, and a population of 1.27 billion is a delight for any marketer today. But the interesting part is, from when I talk about from an outdoor perspective, there are a lot of challenges, because India landscape is equal to US, Indonesia, Brazil, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Japan. So what happens in Japan is a one fraction of thing what happens in India market. So that's an interesting thing how we look from an outdoor perspective. On top, we are a nation within nation, because the complexity is different. There are 22 major languages, 720 dialects, which we have, varied people, varied origin. 420 million is your Hindi speaking audiences. Gujarat is almost equivalent to what the population is of Italy. Mexico is almost equivalent to population of Maharashtra. So that's what typically when I discuss with the team internally, what I always say, कि यार मेक्सिको ने अवार्ड जीता, बट वो उनका ऑडियंस के पर्सपेक्टिव से देखोगे तो वो सिर्फ एक महाराष्ट्र का ही ऑडियंस है. It's not a pan India का thing. So that's something which, so for them the pride is कि मेक्सिको में has won some award. but you are reaching only to a facet of this entire audience of India. We are definitely a diverse market because there are 8 tier 1 towns, 32 tier 2 towns. So if you see, the rural is almost 70% of India's population. 6,300, 800, 63,800 is the total villages, which is 72% of population, and 5,480 towns where. So the moment I talk about from outdoor perspective, I am talking about 5,480 towns. That itself is a huge number. That's the landscape what I'm talking. Now, sourcing that data of 5,480, assimilating into one platform, I think that's where the industry is also struggling. Uh, that's why they call it outdoor is a very unorganized medium when I say. But the good part is there is a lot of things is happening. I think there is a rise of smart city which is happening. E-governance, urban mobility, energy management, education, healthcare. I think that's all we talk about the development index of India story. In this entire structure, there is a strong infrastructural push. So the moment I say strong infrastructural push, there is an opportunity of outdoor. So I look at it as there's an opportunity in outdoor media business because city landscape is changing. There is a lot of transit media. There is highways, there is trains, there is airs, there is mall media. And on top, there is a rise of digital ecosystem. So that's how the entire landscape has evolved in last couple of years. Let me take you to let me take you through one of each of these modules, how we have looked at and what are the prospects, what we can look at and explore with our clients. City definitely is one of the larger peripheral part because that's where I would call top 8 metros or top 20 cities, 30 cities that are features into that. The important parameters is in terms of your infrastructure. So that's something which talks about the economic development of the city. And one of the report which talks about that is, I call it as ease of living. So the ease of living index. So this is the government body data. Hello. So ease of living index evaluates the well-being of Indian citizens across more than 111 cities in terms of quality of life, in terms of economic ability, in terms of sustainability, in terms of citizen perspective. This typically is further broken down into 14 different categories. So I'll tell you why I'm talking about this context, because improved city infrastructure leads to understanding of audience in a much better way, leads to how can I engage them through out of home landscape point of view. Because if you look at the interesting market landscape story is we always believe Bombay and Delhi is very good in terms of when we talk about 1 million plus uh, on this index, ease of living index point of view, but that does not feature in top 10 cities. So Bangalore is definitely the best, Pune, Ahmedabad, Chennai. So this helps me to rationalize in terms of when I say that आउट ऑफ होम कौन से सिटी पे ज्यादा बेटर हो सकता है, कहाँ पे ज्यादा अपॉर्चुनिटी है. Definitely there are other cities other than Delhi and Bombay markets which we can look at. This is typically correlated with, I would call it as a rise of traffic mobility, because 37.93 lakh units were sold last year, which was almost 23%. So India overtakes Japan as the third largest car manufacturing market. Interesting, one more trivia is there's a like of Hyundai, Kia, Renault, Nissan, Skoda. They have all exited Russia market, and now for them the next future growth is happening in India market. So that's typically where they're pushing their products. Bangalore has the highest sedan buyers in India. Most of the car sellers are from New Delhi. Pune, Ahmedabad is already witnessing more cars. Jaipur, Kochi, Lucknow, Patna, Ludhiana, Chandigarh, and Coimbatore. What does this actually mean? So there is a road infrastructure improvement. which is happening. The road infrastructure, if it improves, I call it as OTS, which is your opportunity to stare, because that's something which with the audience it will drive around in the particular city. There is definitely an opportunity to stay. This will lead to growth in new locations and geographies within city. So there is a rise of media, outdoor media in each of these metro towns. So be it your rise of premium mass, I would call, which is your billboards, bus shelter, unipoles. These are your premium mass media which have come up in each of the cities. Uh, there is a new age media. There is a new media asset which with USPs, so solar billboard panels, which are part of infrastructure in the city. Municipal regulations, definitely they play a very critical role because, for example, larger formats is not there in Bangalore kind of market, but definitely you will, or even on Delhi, you will not see larger format medias what you see in Bombay and Hyderabad kind of cities. There is a rise of digital OH media on street. There is a rise of new age media which is happening in metro towns. So if you see overall, the city landscape has actually evolved. Uh, Apart from this, there's an opportunity of, I would call it as open spaces. So there are 910 EV stations. This is an interesting thing because EV station is going to be the next big thing which we envisage in India market, because that is something where, so in US, I'll give you an example. In US, there's a brand called ChargePoint that has the largest US producer of EV charging stations. So what they have done is they have rolled out more than 1,000 plus screen advertising displays at their EV stations. I think that is something which India will be moving ahead in coming years. Petrol stations, flyover branding, roundabout branding, toll booth will definitely be an interesting touch point where we talk on open spaces. There is a utility branding which will happen across multiple cities. Not only open spaces, but there will also be a rise of closed spaces. So when I say closed spaces, corporate parks with both kind of media touchpoint, which is your static and digital, college campus, post office. Interestingly, PSK is your passport seva kendra. So that they also have started where you can advertise on at these platforms. There is clinics, there is hospitals, there is inside gyms. So a plethora of options which is open when we talk about from a city point of view. The other part is definitely your urban transit system. So that is something where which captures audiences on the go. So when I say audiences on the go, it is typically your metro connectivity, suburban connectivity, monorail, public transport, private transport, and waterways. So all these have different, again, advertising opportunity, which is there from an outdoor perspective. So the moment I talk about mass transit, currently there are 16 metro projects which are live in India. So I call it in action. So typically Bombay, Delhi, Bangalore, Nagpur, Ahmedabad, Jaipur, Pune, Kanpur, Noida, Gurgaon. In 2023, Navi Mumbai, Bhopal, and Indore. These are your three different add-ons which is going to happen. 24 again, Patna, Agra, Surat, Thane. So overall, the ridership is increasing day by day on mass transit media touchpoints, because Delhi already has an average ridership of 55 lakh per day. So that itself speaks. And Bombay, where the new line, line 2A, which started from
Anji.
Hello.
हाँ जी अभी जो बची हुई हैं बोल रहे हो आप? हाँ 927
Guys,
हाँ जी
please go
Soumya,
on
can you
mute.
please go on mute?
नहीं
the
नहीं
new
बजट
metro,
में तो हो जाएंगे.
the new metro which has started.
Somebody muted Srinivas also.
Yeah, Srinivas, you're muted.
So I think overall there has been increasing in terms of your ridership, because that eases consumers' travel pattern within the city. That leads to the kind of opportunities what we have. So your metro, inside, outside, there is metro station, there is a digital display units, even your metro naming rights. So that's typically a long-term proposition what is available for a lot of brands to explore. The moment I talk about mass transit, which is in terms of public, there's a public transport. So the biggest challenge of public transport is on reliability and speed, because that's something which people don't go with public buses and all that medium. But if you see how the infrastructure is actually built, they're building infrastructure. So the Chalo app itself talks about the reliability of your bus services in the city. Bombay has already added 200 AC double decker, which I think by next week it's going to start operating in full fledged. There are 8,000 e-buses. So the infrastructure and advertising opportunity on mass transit is definitely going to stay for long. Apart from this, there is a mass transit in terms of a private sector. So private, I would call it on two zones. One is the cab aggregators. So that's something which your Uber, Ola, Meru, Easy Cab, and all these are operating at more than 100 plus cities currently. Interesting part why this segment is growing, because of low vehicle ownership in India. Because for every 1,000 people, there are only 62 cars which is there. So hence there is an opportunity for easy availability, rapid access, cheap rates that gives user more flexibility and comfort. There is an expansion in terms of your community ride, because Uber buses is there, City Flow is there. Now, apparently we were discussing with City Flow, they are also now open for advertising opportunities. And you're talking to premium audiences at these cities. So there's a Quick Ride, there's a Spice, there is our call. Rapido is also, somebody we recently we interacted. They said that they are also exploring opportunities how they can take advertising on their platform. So interesting way, these all come under your outdoor landscape point of view. That's something which I thought that I would be sharing with you all. This is interesting because this has opened up a lot of opportunities currently. So on your right hand side, what you see is typically there is a cruise which goes from Bombay to Alibag. That's called M2M ferries. Now within that M2M ferry, sorry. So the M2M ferry, what they have done is they have so Skoda has taken up that place. So they have built Skoda Kushaq Lounge. There is a Skoda Superb Lounge. There is a Skoda Octavia Lounge. There is a car display at the ferry wharf. So interestingly, if you see how these brands have taken leadership by integrating with these kind of mediums, so this is going to stay. Kochi already has a Kochi Water Metro services. That's something interesting. I think Belapur to Fort, that the ferry services is going to increase this year onwards. Recently, there's a cruise which has the cruise line which are at Ganga. That is something which is much talked about. There will be opportunities where we can explore within these spaces too in coming years. Not only transit, I think it's I think there is a road infrastructure change which is happening at a very fast pace. We already have, we are the second largest road infrastructure nation. Is that, and we are growing at, so the construction work is happening at almost 37 kilometers per day. So that's typically your this thing. So your toll booth to your, there's a branding opportunity at toll booth, at highways, at motels. There is a transit media which takes care. A plethora of opportunities going to open in next 1 or 2 years at national highways across India. The recently opened we were discussing with the authorities. So Bombay, Delhi, that new highway which has been built, there is a lot of opportunity of integration which is going to come up at all the different nodal hubs within that entire route. I think the thing there's an interesting catch thing, but basically 6.4 crores FASTag users are already there in the country. So technology is definitely going to disrupt the mobility space, and what it simplifies is there will be a data capturing which is going to happen, where this will help us to build more in terms of your engagement ideas, build more experiential. We will be knowing consumers much better. So that is something which is going to happen when we talk about on a highway model kind of routes. The second biggest infrastructural push what has happened is in terms of your rail connectivity in India, because that talks all about your speed and comfort. Uh, we are already the largest rail network in the world, where 7,349 stations are there. There is a rise of private trains. 151 private train is estimated in 2027. That means for brands, there is a lot of opportunities of engagement. So the traditional ones, what you see is typically your train wraps, your railway engine wraps inside railway stations. But the premiumness is going to be how do you integrate with the right audiences. So there is a 75 Vande Bharat train which is proposed by end of 2023. There is Tejas Express, where you have digital screens inside the railway coaches. A lot of railway stations are moving into premium space, like Bangalore already has their first AC railway station. There is IRCTs coming with the pod concept. So pod concept will also have engagement attributes. There is lounges are being built with digital screens, so that digital screen is going to be part of that entire system. Not only road, but I think the air connectivity also is a very important peg to the entire out of home buildup. So there is a rise of air connectivity because there are already 114 domestic airports and 34 international airports. So Delhi, so definitely there's your travelators, there is your experiential areas, there is inside aircraft, there is your aerospace bridge, there is your aircraft wrap, there is digital screens, but most importantly, there is unique OH opportunities inside airports. So be it your, like Amex has done an exclusive lounge at Bombay and Delhi airport. There is private terminals in Bombay and Delhi, which has advertising opportunities. You create a unique proposition at, for example, the charging dock station. That's something which Radisson has built for long-term property. So each unique opportunity is there when I talk about from an airport at airport spaces. Malls, definitely, that's where your, I would call it as a leisure or a weekend destination places. There's a strong infrastructure push, so there's a rise of premium malls. There is a lot of experiential centers. So IKEA, Decathlon, these are a lot of experiential zones which has come up in this country. Digital assets, drive-in theaters. So that opens up a lot of opportunities in terms of your facades, escalators, danglers, parking lot, food court, kiosk, promotion, drop downs, arch gates. And within the spaces, I think ambient is definitely one part of it. So because cinema is a part, not only it is your cinema screen advertising, but even at a cinema 4A area, there has been a lot of digital screens. There has been, so Kotak has partnered with PVR and they have come up with Kotak IMAX. So that's a long-term property association what they have built. Your digital screens is part of that elevator branding. I would say overall infrastructure, audience behavior, and technology is changing at a very fast pace today. And all I think is thanks to the digitization what we are in. Since we are the so with 365 million, so we are the young nation, I would call, second largest English speaking nation. Uh, more 1.2 million mobile subscribers. There is a rise in terms of your social media users in the country. What it all leads to is it's no more advertise where media is present now, advertise where audience is present. So hence location, technology, and social. These three becomes very important peg on from an outdoor perspective. We at Posterscope have been redefining outdoor through outdoor storytelling through Ozone, which is a proprietary tool. So this tool we built uh, almost 6-7 years back, which has robust data in terms of your prosperity index of audiences, where they reside. So there's a census data simulation. Basis that we do geo-targeting, hyperlocal audience segmentation. Traffic data is infused into this entire study. There is a radius mapping. There is quality of media score. So the quality of media score input is an important parameter from an outdoor perspective. What this year is going to be different in terms of our offering is infusing new data sets into this entire tool planning platform. So there is shopping interest APIs. Rental index is an important thing which we are exploring currently because that talks about the prosperity of the area where audiences are. Because within each city at pin code level, the rental index changes. There is a retail distribution data which we are assimilating, mobile data, telco data, uh, airport audience measurement data. There's a retail space data. There is a transit data. I think it's an amalgamation of all the data sets that leads us to integrated OH with technology, I would call as offline and online offering. Because at the end, it's the touchpoint and display formats. That's what is which we envisage and we look at in terms of how can we integrate both these. So we definitely help in terms of one-stop solution for DOH campaign rollout. Your cost advantage, measurability. That's what we always believe. And I think that's something which has led us to consistency in action because that's how we have. So month on month, we have been handling multiple clients, multiple your campaigns across Pan India, across tier 1, tier 2, smaller towns. And as we speak, going forward, definitely our proposition will be core innovation and technology. So we definitely look forward integrating on these three aspects. So core definitely is our outdoor part. Innovation, that's something which the medium helps to break the clutter. And technology definitely will be the key differentiator when our go-to-market proposition, which we have. So outdoor in terms of traditional airport, data, ambient spaces, innovation, DOH. I think that's the offering what we bring on table and as an expertise unit of Densu, which we can help brands to take on outdoor from a different lens, I would say. I think I'm open for discussion. Is there something question? Who else we target?
Yeah, Srinivas, we have few questions in the chat.
Yes, I'll just.
Yeah. Akshay, Vitesh, Megha, Jen, you guys can ask questions. I mean, well, it's there on the chat, but it's great if you guys can.
Sure. Thanks, Nika. So Srinivas, question from my side
Yes.
is fantastic stuff that you guys are doing. Definitely, different and new perspectives, uh, which were probably subconscious, right? But it never really came to the forefront. until you said it. What I'm curious about is, given the wide scope of things that you can track, right? Um, One is, how do you go about capturing the data and the information, right? Which allows you to do some sort of, even from basic reporting to an advanced level of attribution. And the if you can speak a little bit about the nature and the quality of the data, the granularity that you use, and in general, what are the challenges and barriers you faced towards capturing that information? To take the conversation with the clients beyond just simply, reporting and dashboard.
Got it, Vitesh. Vitesh, I think a couple of days back, one of my colleague, Puneet, had shared the insights in terms of how do we do the data attribution on out-of-home space. So I'll just recap that. So what we do is we call it as integrated OH approach, which is your digital mobile data capture. So what we do is at location at geolocation wise, we do a tagging of billboards. We track the audience movement behavior within the city. We track where they travel to. So we have all that location intelligence data with us. To that extent, whether for example, if we are talking about chroma advertising, which we are doing on out of home space, we exactly know whether that guy has landed up at a Reliance Digital store or whether he's gone to a Vijay store, Vijay Sales. So we do that tracking. We do that. So at the end, we will be able to give you how many number of people we are actually through this campaign we are reaching. That's a broader funnel, which is a traffic data point of view. Within that, there is an attribute in terms of who are the users, what are their uh, where are their travel pattern within the city, which are the geographical locations where they travel to, what kind of visitation they have happened, at how what is the duration of the visitation. So for example, if they have visited after 5 days of my communication, if they have exposed to my outdoor billboard, after 5 days they have visited to my store. So to that level, we have been doing the funneling exercise, and I think I will be happy to share a couple of cases on that with you.
Perfect. That would be great because we do a lot of MMM kind of work with some of our clients, and typically out of home tends not to show up in the models, either because of very sporadic scant execution, or because the nature of the data that you have itself, or at least what the client provides us in this case, is very spotty, and it's very basic, right? So it really doesn't. We're not able to do too much justice to it. So I'm
Sure.
essentially looking for a hook. I'm looking for a hook that I can potentially take to my client and say, hey, this is how we need to think about OH and how that eventually fits in with media effectiveness.
Definitely, Vitesh. I will be sharing a couple of 2-3 cases with you. I
Perfect.
think one of the good one is MSIL, which we did recently. That was an exhaustive one, which we did an outdoor. There were more than 400 media units where we did this location-wise tagging, and we were able to identify the person who is exposed. He's visiting to which of the Maruti store.
Great. That works. Thank you.
I'll go next. My question is, what is the starting point when you look at out-of-home options for planning when you receive a brief? How do you identify whether it should be a train wrap or an airport branding or a bus stop branding? And when you do support it with numbers, what is the measurement metric that a client is basically looking for after the campaign is done?
See, I would like to answer this from two perspectives. One, the moment each brief is very different. Rather than going from route-based planning, I would call it you have to move to audience-based planning, because one is definitely you need to understand whom you are chasing. Audience definitely has different kind of attributes, different kind of your touch point likabilities. So that's something which we definitely use CCS as a platform hook to first move into your audience planning point of view. Once we know the audience, who they are, we try to map where they reside in a particular city, because that becomes very critical. So I'll give you an example. If for example, how do you differentiate? You're from Bombay, sorry,
No, Bangalore.
Bangalore. Okay. So for example, in Bangalore, whether I am talking to Kormangla audience or whether I am talking to JB Nagar audience, uh, so there is something called as premiumness index. So we identify the audience basis their premiumness index. We try to match their travel patterns within the city, whether he takes bus, whether he takes train, whether he takes what kind of media selection, what kind of touch points where he goes to. Once I know what kind of touch point he or she goes to, there is a layering of which routes he's going to take, because that's where you move into your route optimization. Because then from basis route optimization, once you identify the routes, you move into your media selection point of view. So media selection can be at a multiple parameter. For example, from point A to B, there might be 15 or 20 different medias. Which media to select? That's something which has to be answered. To do that, what we look at is in terms of your, we call it as a visibility index scores. So distance of viewing, angle of vision, height to ground, clutter level, competition level within that media space. So there is a visibility, there's a proper science. So there is a model called Oscar, which is an outdoor site classification audience rating, which has been used globally. So we have brought that implemented in India market. Basis that you know who the audience is, what the media is. So you are exactly trying to target the audience and media and your in terms of, so I call it location, visibility, and premiumness. These are your three metrics which we try to join the dots to build a holistic media solution. Now coming to second part, what you had asked is what kind of deliveries we look at. At one end, you already have your traffic data. At second end, you already have your visibility index data. The moment you cross marry these two, you get your exposure level data, which we call it as EOI, eyes on impressions. So the eyes on impression is a good matrix to look at in terms of how many number of people we have been able to reach. The only caveat here is duplication parameter, because globally outdoor, how do you negate duplication? So to negate duplication, you need to infuse your mobile data part, because that only then you will be able to find out the unique audiences. That's something matrix which we have built at Posterscope. So eyes on impression and actual number of people, we marry both this and we will be able to share you the information accordingly. I hope that answers.
Yes, thank
Well,
you so much.
One more, we have Akshay Kumar had earlier sent a message on the
yeah.
chat. How can we access the impact of outdoor given so many media activities that it's happening side by side? Or how should we approach? What should we approach to access the impact of outdoors?
Akshay, this is a good question. What we have done in past for a couple of brands. So I'll give you talk about a brand, L'Oreal, where we did. They wanted to measure the impact of out of home study. So we did a complete out of home study, which capture which is so this typically study we do in conjoint with Ipsos, we do with Kantar, we do with the research agencies. We did Hansa, we did a couple of research with them. What we try to look at is in terms of your pre versus post impact study. So what kind of audiences, uh, if it's a new brand launch, the category understanding and what kind of lifts in terms of your brand score has happened. So your awareness level has gone from X to Y. What kind of brand level? So how many people have considered? Where are the places where they have visited? So it's a proper tracking mechanism. I will be happy to share you one of the studies in terms of how do we look at in terms of measuring the impact. For couple of clients, what we have also done is we have helped them in terms of building your within their brand track outdoor questionnaires, because that's something a missing leg with most of the brand track studies which across the country. So that actually helps them to identify whether ये outdoor से आया है या TV से आया है या किससे आया है. So that's something which we work with a lot of clients. I'll be happy to share that also with you.
Okay, Srinivas, thank you.
Also, Srinivas, I just wanted to ask on the waterways that you mentioned, do we do anything in specific from a Posterscope perspective? Anything from a brand? Have we partnered with any
Not as of now.
water?
Not as of now. That's a new medium which has come up.
That's
I just
okay.
thought I would share that also as part of this entire thing, because
Yeah,
that's an
it is very
interesting way to
interesting.
look at.
Correct, correct.
We were discussing something with one of our clients on that part, and I think, but we did not see the light till date.
Okay. No, it was an interesting place to know that that's also as an opportunity possible.
Yes. Now the river cruise
In
concept is growing in India, because recently that Banaras to your Guwahati, that's the longest river route that is started. So there is going to be freight movement happening very soon, and there will be a lot of your 2-day, 3-day travel tour packages which is going to come. So so for brands, it's an opportunity for them to explore.
Okay. Any other questions?
What about the kind of options available in other markets, Srinivas, which we are not exploring in India?
Other markets as in?
Any other market which you may want to tell us? Things which other out of India, I mean, the kind of out of home options which they are exploring and which we are not exploring.
It's a two-world story, I would say. So the moment you move towards Europe and US, it's more digital format which is there. Africa market is still at a very nascent stage, because they're still building on terms of your infrastructure part. The moment you move towards the other side, which is your Thailand, which is very similar geographical point of view from India point of view. But there is a lot of digital integration they have taken, and I think we are also not very far from them. So there is technology embedment is something which we are exploring, and that's something which as a APAC level we will be growing on a digital much faster pace. That's why you will read all reports that APAC digital is growing at a very fast pace. So from our outdoor also, it's a similar story what is happening here. New media opportunity.
On par with what is happening in the rest of the world? Or are there things to learn from there which we can do as
there are things to learn.
Something new here.
There are things to learn. There are things to learn. In fact, I am also learning every day now.
I'm sure. But if you want to highlight something for us, that's what I'm asking.
I would keep that. I think Hussein, next session, he will surely show you a couple of cases what is happening across the world also.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
Sai Pratik, you can ask your question here.
Hi, Srinivas.
Hi.
So my question could be a little vague, but still I was a bit curious to ask that. Since banners used in traditional OH are bad for environment, considering this fact, do brands with sustainability factor in their vision still choose OH as a medium to market or advertise?
Interesting, but see, there are a lot of so from a media owner perspective, I would say they are also working out models in terms of how can they build sustainable media infrastructure in India. Government is also pushing in that space. Uh, there's a lot of solar panel billboards which have come up. There are solar panel bus shelters across multiple cities. Uh, it's a infrastructure story because as and when we grow, there will be a lot of infrastructural changes which has happened, which will align with the environmental factor point of view. So I hope that addresses, or is it, or you asking about the flex part?
Exactly, Srinivas. The flex part,
So
which
there is
cannot
so
not.
flex. So in terms of flex, there is a lot of technology changes which is happening at flex level. So there is
um,
carbon immersive flexes which are available in market. Recently,
Okay.
we had worked something and we showcased with one of our client which believed in sustainability, and they were very
Hmm.
much kicked about doing that campaign only on those kind of flexes. It's
Amazing.
at the end, it is going giving back to the society, right? How
Correct. Yeah. Yeah.
so that's something which we did recently for one of our brand which we are working on. I think that's where so we pull out the entire flexes from the billboard. We create your school bags and we distribute it at NGOs. So that's something which is done.
Amazing. Very
So that's
interesting.
something
Thank you.
which we are.
Yeah, that answered my question, Srinivas.
Thank you. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
I say so on the similar lines, so as Sai spoke about sustainability. If there are brands who are talking about sustainability and they really want to go, on such site which are backed by solar panels. So has something been done earlier, in this on the same line, or also I want to understand, is there, a cost difference between a normal site and a site that is, backed by a solar panel?
Not much,
Okay.
Kamala, because we have recently we did a campaign for Havels and which was only solar panel billboards which we took because the proposition was energy saving. So
Oh,
how do you
that's
showcase
great.
energy saving? So we said that we will take only billboards which have solar panel on it.
That's great.
So that's at the end. I always call it as logic and magic part because that's how you create disruption on out of home. So logic is all about your
Yes,
data and everything. Magic
right.
is how do you create you bring creativity on live. So that's
Sure.
logic and magic. That's how you'll build disruption.
So this solar panel is available in like metro cities only, or this is across tier two, tier three
Currently,
also?
currently from infrastructure point of view, yes, metro is the go-to market.
Oh, oh, great. Thank you.
Hey Srinivas, Ahana here. I just
And
wanted to ask, I don't know if the question is vague or if it's, that detailed, but I just wanted to ask how accurate are the beacons that are now being used in terms of capturing the right audience?
that's typically at a closed media environment spaces, right? Beacons are used at closed media environmental spaces. Hello.
Sorry. Yeah.
So beacons, can you tell me where the use case is typically?
So I'm just talking about generally. So this is a relatively newer technology, right?
I know that.
So I just wanted to know
We did
whether
something at Shopper
accurate
Stop
enough.
couple of years back. We did
Hmm.
something with beacons couple of years back, which helped in terms of pushing uh, the message to the consumers. But
Okay.
that was couple of years back, so it was at a very nascent stage. So that
Hmm.
did not work well that time. I need to check again here.
So
Shini,
are
in
you
fact,
using it
hi Shini.
these days in
Hi,
the newer campaigns?
hi Puneet. Yeah,
Hi. So I have some observations on this. So, Ahana, whenever we use beacons as an out of a media, so beacons, no doubt, the overall credential of beacons is very interesting whenever we talk about two applications metric. But the sad part is this requires a certain permutation combination to be done in your mobile phone. So beacon always works on Bluetooth, and there's a specific version of Bluetooth that supports beacon. So mostly from success point of view, the success rate is not very high whenever you use beacons, because everybody is not always
Yeah.
available on Bluetooth and a specific version of Bluetooth. So maybe we always recommend brands to don't not allowed not use beacons in their cabinets.
Oh, okay. Thank you so
Yep.
much. That was helpful.
Yeah. All right. Sure.
Akhil, I had a question on DOH. How effective is DOH?
How
अखिल
effective
हमने ना इस
is?
पे पूरा सेशन कर लिया है सेशन की तुमको रिकॉर्डिंग सुननी पड़ेगी एंड पुनीत since he
Puneet,
is
how
here
effective is DOH?
आप ही बताइए
Well, so I'm just giving you a very classic example. So on your screen, you can see so many choto icon with some pictures. And the left side, you can see Srini talking about something, which is more attractive. The left side panel, because where there's something visual which is appealing, which is attracting us. And whenever we talk about static thing, to maybe it is not that attractive until only the content is that important. So visual things always attract. And whenever we rush in out of home environment where we run, we are in transit to somewhere, it is attractive. And the good part is from DH point of view, we have measurability capabilities. Whatever
Yes.
why brands love to invest spend in mobiles digital, because they have data, they have measurability matrices there. So it's all about numbers. In out of home, especially when we talk about DUH, yes, you can play your content using DV. Maybe suppose you're running a out of home mobile campaign, parallelly you want to do something in out of home. We have offerings to manage my entire campaign using DV 360 or any kind of DSP partners. So these kind of capabilities are still are now available. Obviously, in India, it was earlier not that familiar, but we have executed couple of campaigns, and now it is very much manageable. So measurability point of view and accessibility point of view, it is very much effective, and brands are loving it. Is that hello?
Thank you, Puneet.
Thank you.
Yeah, Pooja.
Always welcome.
Hi, Srinivas. I had a quick question. Would digital OH completely replace the traditional, out of home banner ads? Would that be happening near future, or maybe too far-fetched right now?
Too far-fetched. Too far-fetched. Digital infrastructure has to be there in place, right? So what I spoke is in terms of how the landscape is changing day by day. Definitely not immediately in next 5 to 6 years.
But then you see it happening in future, right?
I said it's too far-fetched thing, because traditional media is going to stay. Still, for example, in your street furnitures, when you talk about street furnitures, is your billboards, your bus shelters, all are actually static media currently. Unless because there is a lot of restrictions from a digital on street media from a government perspective, from a municipal perspective. So you will not see much of infrastructural changes, and what you're talking is might happen to some extent on metro, but tier 2 tier 3 cities will still struggle from that aspect, because they will still be a traditional media format, which is a much larger space for them.
Got it. Got it. Thank you.
So Srinivas, maybe even a question for you, Puneet. Um, as you look through all the campaigns you've done across all your clients, and let's say you were to do a sort of a meta-analysis across all of them, right? Um, do you see any sort of an unwritten code or a formula or some rules of thumb which actually tell us that these are the elements within the creative on an out of home, right, which potentially gives you the best eyeballs or gives you the most impact for the spend or for that particular campaign you're looking at?
Vitesh, to answer you this. There is a science in terms of when you say creative impact, what kind of creative works on out of home space. Uh, so I am so you might have heard of VAS, which is your visual attention software. There's a software called visual attention software. What it does is it helps to identify what the audiences see in 5 seconds, within 5 seconds, because outdoor is typically a 5 second medium, right? What it captures, what your eyeball captures. So there is a proper science to it. Heat map, it generates heat map. It actually tells you the visual sequencing of viewing that entire billboard in terms of what are the areas, color contrast. We use that at Posterscope to read work on the creative part, because at times you might see a logo needs to be highlighted, or whether the imagery needs to be highlighted, whether the lettering has to be uh, highlighted. What is the element which we need to work for improvisation? We actually work help all our clients with that. So that actually gives there's a proper science to it, because VMVAS is one of the. Sorry.
No, no, that's great. That's great. That's kind of what I wanted to understand. Thank you.
Any other questions? I don't think so, Shri. Think everybody's ready for the weekend now. Yeah. Thank you so much, Srini. It was a very interesting session, I think. While we had multiple sessions, and we do have one more from Hasneen, but it's a very, very different perspective that you shared with us. So thank you so much for doing that.
Thank you. Thank you for having me here.
Everybody have a great weekend ahead. And thank you for joining in.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Happy weekend, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Vinny.
Thanks.